Good evening, everyone, and welcome to Austin by Starlight. Last we left off with our coterie, Pygmalion. Some things had, well, gone wrong. In confronting the Dawn, the person who holds her blood bond, Pax may have luckily escaped with her undead life. Yvette currently sits in the midst of a tub, starving, alone with her thoughts, wishing that someone would just scoop her up and come and save her. Alistair has been given proposals and possibly thinking about what he might do going forward in this city. Deja has been so busy trying to keep up with her own farm that even getting caught up with everything else going on with the rest of the coterie has been taxing. So most in this coterie stand on the verge of falling apart at the seams. Hunger and injury, the most prominent of their worries, and everything else going on around them, well, that's just icing on the cake. And so, we continue at around 3 in the morning. For now, at least in this moment, things have calmed down. It's late in the evening, but there are still things to be done. And so, Pygmalion, what do you do?
I would search out for
You'd search out what? Sorry?
Pack.
Pax is still downstairs, standing in front of the door that she just closed and locked, and inside is a kindred, specifically one from one of Don Hernandez's little plaything, sent directly to kill members of their coterie. She's standing there, deep in thought for a moment, thinking about what she's gonna do, how she's gonna approach this. She'd rather not end this poor fellow's existence. Mario Barrera, after all, was family for a while, even if he doesn't consider himself such.
Oh, but drinking him dry seems like such a very tempting idea.
It's an incredibly tempting prospect.
What he has could be yours.
He's far more useful still kicking.
He'd only betray us.
Not if he can.
I like your thinking. Yeah, make
So
him a slave like the Dawn did.
I'm thinking more. I wonder how the Don would react to finding one of his own house put under the same position he put me. Wonder what face he'd make. Wonder what he'd do.
Worst case scenario, still gonna kill me.
Well, he's already done that. Though I'm not sure if it was to kill me or to kill Yvette.
She's a tasty morsel too.
We need her on her feet.
Do I really need anybody though? Better off by myself.
Unfortunately, we do.
Other people just leading to heartache. Why even bother with it?
Because a one-man army isn't gonna cut it.
But I remember just how good it felt to drink down a kindred whole, and they become a part of me.
We said we'd never do that again.
Maybe under certain circumstances.
Is he still there? Lingering in the back? Or have you shut him up?
Here I go talking to myself again like I'm in the third person or something.
Yeah. Wonder what the others are doing.
About then, you'd probably hear a knock at the door.
Who is it?
It's me.
Okay, me. Come on in.
I'd go and shut the door. I had something I wanted to ask you back.
Ask away.
I have an idea, and you know I'm prone to terrible ones. It is something that I was thinking. For a while, I thought about trying to secure the services of someone under the Don's lineage because of things they could do for spirits. But what if we don't need to have them? What if I could do that?
What are you getting at?
Now, I'm assuming, Coffee, that with my high occult, I would know about how to get other disciplines.
What's your occult rating? Your intelligence occult? What's the dice pool?
It is 7 dice.
7? Wow.
Yeah. And I have a specialty for blood magic.
Yeah, you're... Even though you haven't really had much of a sort of personal sort of experience with acquiring other disciplines, you do know that some disciplines can be taught, others come naturally to other kindred, that in the sort of experiments that you've done on, for instance, the human blood that you've tasted a number of different people with a number of different resonances and emotions lingering on them, that even just the flavor kind of gives you the hint that something is there. Something is there. There's a power to, and especially with kindred who have been stewing in a certain emotion, you know that for a fact. You have a preference for resonance because your own disciplines benefit from it.
Yeah.
You know that with that being the basis of everything when it comes to blood study, that even though you haven't tried it yourself, other disciplines could be possible. But it's risky, because it would require tasting the blood of another kindred to even know whether that's possible.
Yeah. I would kind of
Which
be
is
thinking
risking
out
blood
loud.
bond.
Yeah, I would be thinking that out loud and going through my thought process with Pac.
Your idea. Let me get this straight. You want to drink Barrera.
Not completely. Enough to.
I don't think you understand what you're asking. Now, what he's just been through. He ain't got nothing left in him.
I know. That's why I'm going to go procure things tonight.
I'm not finished. On top of that, you've witnessed what comes about with me, who lives off the vitality of other kindred.
Yes.
I'm struggling with a bond here, and you want to go and bond yourself. You fucking stupid. On top of that,
Technically, aren't I already blood bonded? Would I know that if I'm with Yvette?
If you've tasted Yvette's blood before,
Yeah, how many times do you have to drink blood to bond?
you would know from most kindred, it's 3 times and you're locked in for at a at a difficult to resist sort of level.
Okay, I have tasted her blood before though. Not 3 times, but
No, but once.
a
And
good
she's
amount
always
of
on
it.
your mind as a result.
Yeah.
on top of that, on top of that, you're looking to what? Delve into Hekata's secrets by drinking from him. Is that what I'm understanding?
Which leads you to believe, Pax, are you already susceptible? That thought just
You
kind of
got the
wanders
gist of it.
across your mind.
You've got the long and short of it. Like I said, it's a risky play, but something I am prepared to take the risk.
So what you're telling me is that by drinking his blood, you can potentially pick up their skills.
Potentially.
I've been drinking the blood of Boss Hernandez since I was created.
I don't think it's as simple as just taste, but I think there is more to it. I'll have to try and do a little research.
I know what's in that blood, and I
Nothingness.
know how protective the Hekata are of their secret. Now, this coterie already has a target painted on it. You want to make that target bright fucking orange? Turn it into a beacon, light it up with neon signs?
I don't
That's a
plan
good
to
way to
do
go
this in
about
the
it.
open.
Doesn't matter. Because the moment you start wielding that shit, somebody's going to find out. That, and that blood, there's a deeper blackness to it than you could ever understand.
I'm aware of the risk.
You're aware, but I don't think you understand. This is a bad idea.
That's high risk but high reward.
I don't think the reward is as great as you're thinking.
For what I have planned, I think it might be.
Enlighten me then.
Well, you talked about trying to weaponize some of these spirits, and I would think this might help me. I think that going forward with everything that we're dealing with, it would be very useful to have these skills. We don't have to keep them out in the open. We don't have to let people know. Secrets, as you guys have taught me, are very important. I'm endeavoring to become better at that.
And you don't have the capability with what's at your disposal currently.
I barely have enough knowledge cobbled together from all kinds of kooky books, short of getting my hands into an actual library that has been curated on the subject. This
So
is the
you want
best
to
way.
dive headfirst into something that you know nothing about instead?
Like I said, I think it's high risk, high reward.
From my understanding, having a power doesn't mean that you know how to use it.
Can you think of anybody else that would be better at figuring something like that out? As a penchant for recording everything and trying every permutation. I have the patience and the process that I could figure anything out.
She frowns and she's thinking back to the feeling of that blackness, that deep inkiness that makes up the blood of the Hecata. How deep it goes. It's like a void, it's emptiness, nothingness. Something you can lose yourself.
Something you know all too well. Permeates everything that you do.
Alistair, have you ever looked into the night sky and felt like you could just fall into it? Keep on falling. Never stop.
I
Place
have
where you lose any sense of time and self and weight, and there's just nothing about you.
I remember the first night that I went to sleep as Kindred and felt it was not a pleasant.
But it ain't nothing. Where nothing exists. It's not a void where you lose even your sense of self. where you lose everything. That's what Hecata blood tastes like. And anything that comes from that. Do you really think it could be good? You really think it could be useful?
I can understand your position. And like I said, it may be I think it'd be worth it.
He's mine.
I don't think it would be.
He's trying to take what's mine.
That being said, use me as your guinea pig. I've already been exposed to it. Been exposed to it for a year. If there's any way to get a power from it, it would make more sense that it would manifest in my blood.
Would I know if that would work, Coffee?
She's already tasted the Vitae. She's already taken that risk. All she would need to do would be to find the right human blood to consume to spark it. And you know that living blood always has a flavor. So how do you rid blood of a flavor? If you're looking to spark that kind of emptiness.
I have an idea. We can try that.
Means you don't have to risk yourself on it.
It is still something that I would.
Well, in that case, chances are it'll be attached to my blood once I delve into it. So you can take it from my blood instead of that of one of the pre-existing Hecata.
He wants to put himself on the same level as me.
It is not a race. We do not need to do well.
It is a
Part of it is
race,
part of it is
Alistair.
time sensitive. That's what I'm thinking. What Then what I will propose is I'll lay out the plan of how I think we can do this. And we both do it. And hopefully one of us succeeds.
All right. Before all that, though,
I need to go. I'm going to go get takeout.
hold on. Last night, well, tonight, I mentioned using a ghost to our advantage.
Yes.
No way to do that.
That is one of the things of reasons I want to do this. But I have ideas.
Okay. Well, this ghost, the only way that I can think of to get a piece of him, take a visit to his graveyard. I think we need to do that before the night's over, because I don't know if the boss will move him.
I always did fancy myself to try archaeology. An exhumation is about as close as I'm going to get in this life now.
Yeah. And while we're out, we can get takeout.
What time is it? I'll look at my phone. What time is it, ST?
Roughly about 3:15, and you notice that you're getting a call just as you're picking out your phone.
Well, this is usual. Hello.
And it's your sire. Alistair,
Yes, sir.
do you think you can come by this evening?
I'm knee deep in something, but I can wrap it up and be by before sunlight.
It's rather important.
Give me an hour.
Does he mind if you bring a guest?
And do you mind if I bring a guest?
No guests, by yourself.
Understood. I will be there within the hour. Or after an hour. I have to take care of something.
Please don't make me wait.
Understood. I will, I'll look at Pax and we can finish this. We can,
You know what? Go see your
get,
sire. Go
yeah,
get food. I'm gonna go check on your vet. See what we can do from there.
I'm bringing that back for her most of all. She looked a little ravenous.
Yeah.
I'm gonna head to the local bar real quick and see if I can pick up people for an after party. Quick and dirty.
Quick and dirty, that's going to be at a difficult roll. So, if you're wanting to, because this is going to be a little outside of your usual feeding range, because you're used to kind of charming your students, as it were, into one-on-one sessions where you're going to a bar and trying to pick up just about anybody.
Mm-hmm.
And you're not the most charming person in the world.
Well, that's because I'm a shit role player, but he can be charming in dice pools.
He can be charming when he wants to, but
Yeah.
it's a little outside your comfort zone. It's a little rough and dirty. So if you're trying to do this on the quick, it is going to be a higher difficulty.
Well, I don't want to spend too much time because I said I only have an hour.
Okay. So if you're wanting to schmooze up some people at the bar, it's going to be a charisma and subterfuge.
Okay. Because I need this to work, I'm going to rouse the blood for a blood surge.
Mm-hmm.
Would my my specialty for seduction go in? Because
Yes, because you are trying to seduce people towards an after party.
okay.
Turning on all of the charm.
Mm-hmm. I will willpower 3 dice.
Okay.
That is 6 successes.
Quick and dirty, like, you find probably the most inconsiderate of public decency pair of people. They're not lewd by any means, but they're certainly being rather all over each other at the bar. And so it's pretty easy now that they're a little drunk to kind of, in a way, sweep them off their feet with your charm and drive them home. Both of them. So.
Okay. I would lead them upstairs.
They're absolutely all about you because you've turned on all of the charm. And so they're getting a little handsy. A little smoochy.
Fine. I know how to play the game. And I will, as we're going by, if I see, do I see Pax or Yvette anywhere as we're moving up through?
Well, while you are at the bar, that does give Pax and Yvette a moment, about 30 minutes or so, of time to themselves. So we'll come back to that scene in a moment. So, Yvette, Pax.
Pax makes her way upstairs and he gently knocks the door to Yvette's room.
Which Pax would get no answer. Probably because Yvette is, and you'd probably hear this, of the shower running in the upstairs bathroom.
She checks inside the room and finds nothing. She goes upstairs towards the bathroom. Yvette?
Yvette is startled for a moment. Her eyes glance somewhat begrudgingly towards the door. She is still stained, injured, and famished.
Eat her.
His head's
Eat her. Eat her. Eat her. I must eat
Mademoiselle.
her.
Mademoiselle Cosetta, I apologize.
I must eat her.
I am in a regrettable condition. I do not think it is wise for you to open the door.
Let
I
her.
had no intention of doing so.
Let her open the door. Let her feed. Let us feed. Fuck Dignitas.
How far gone are you?
It is of consequence.
All right. Alistair's ordered takeout.
I can't wait. She's right there.
Her fangs are out.
Move de la Fontaine.
Yvette, you did good. You didn't drain him.
I should have. I should have.
I should have.
No.
Give him
No,
to
you shouldn't
me.
have.
Give him to me.
If you had drained him, that would have been on you for the rest of your existence. So you hold on.
It means he's still down there. Fuck it all.
The water turns off. Yvette is sitting in a pool of the diluted blood at the bottom of it, watching it all go down the drain.
Such a waste.
I apologize for the inconvenience, Mademoiselle Cosetta. It is unbecoming.
No inconvenience. If anything, you probably saved my ass.
It is a part of the job, Mr. Cosetta. She tries to bring herself to stand. She is so weak.
Still on duty, though.
Remember them.
Fuck duty. Must feed.
He go to the door. I don't even have it in me to end up grabbing a towel. Perhaps I'm not thinking of such things. I just slump my back to the door and slouch down, placing my body weight against it to seal it. Do I even have it in me to not take a life at this moment? Because of my short-sightedness, I may cost the life of one who is not involved. A complication to the coterie. I find this distasteful. Terrible. C'est terrible.
It's our fault. Rip out her throat.
Even
Drink
Kurt
it.
thinks about it. It would only be right. I have fed Mademoiselle Cosetta so many times to take back what is mine,
It's mine.
to
All
rip into
mine.
Mademoiselle Cosetta. No, Pax does not have the capability to fight me off. Yvette stops when she realizes her hand is reaching for the door handle and pulls it back quick, biting into her own hand.
I could have all of it. It's mine. She is mine.
I drink deep of my own veins, a desperation to get something. It feeds me not. It is just cycling from artery to stomach to back to artery. This is the kin to a kindred sucking on its own thumb. I can feel the bite, but there's no euphoria. It's just trying to end up making me forget for a moment the threat I am. Mademoiselle Cosetta, Monsieur Mario is still amongst this side of the grave, oui?
What it is.
Feed me. Feed me.
If you were wise, you would find a way to incapacitate me. Bring me to a location of your boss's operation and just unleash me there. Make it very clear that he cannot end up doing such things upon Baron Kane's domain.
No. No, 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 no. We're not gonna wait. We have one in our
That'd be
hands.
suicide.
You need plausible deniability. You would not wish to see what I would do. You do not wish to see it.
We can't afford to lose you, Yvette.
I understand it is unsightly, but in truth, I am terrified of what I will do next.
She is weak. I know this.
Stay here for a minute.
Oui, mademoiselle.
Pax is going to go get from her bag of goodies a blood bag, empty, and the tubing.
Alright.
And she's going to siphon out her own blood. Single dot.
Okay. Reaches your hunger by one. Your beast is not happy about this. That is mine. That is mine. Making us weaker. Making me weaker. Making it so that we can't fight her off if she were to escape. And she will escape.
We wouldn't be able to fight her off anyway.
It's suicide.
It's all right.
It's almost as if the blood sort of resists your command, but it still flows into that bag like you want.
Now, from outside, can I see the window for that bathroom that Yvette is in?
Yeah, it's a fairly small window, but it's there. Tinted glass. Kind of the sort of like sort of white, almost kind of bubbly, sort of opaquing, but still lets light in.
Is there a way up into the attic or onto the roof?
Uh,
A way for me to get to that window?
onto the roof, yes. There's not much of an to speak of as far as an attic. It's more of a crawl space for storage. It's not very big. But you can climb up onto the roof. That's well within your capabilities.
I want to climb up onto the roof and I want to put myself in a position to be able to open the window, toss the bag in,
Toss the bag in and then what?
and then let myself drop.
Okay.
Puts me at a big enough distance away from
Yep, because she would be on the top floor and then you would fall to the ground floor. Make me a dexterity and athletics. Let's see if you can make this shot. Opening the window's not hard. The Yvette can help you with that. It's actually tossing it in there as you're falling that's the more difficult part. Ooh, that's a messy crit, my dear.
I can't willpower that either because it's all hunger dice.
Yep. We're actually going to... there's a very appropriate compulsion. The appropriate compulsion would be you are hungry.
I am indeed.
So until you satiate at least 1 dot worth of hunger from a blood source, you're going to be at a -2 penalty.
Yep.
For any other skills.
Yep.
You have second thoughts as you're tumbling down. You're jumping down from the roof. Hesitant second thoughts. But you overcome them for the moment and toss the bag into the window. And it lands without breaking. Yvette, there is a bag that flies in through the window that you can see is filled to the brim with that molassesy vitae. Oh God, are you hungry? That smells so good.
Yvette doesn't even hesitate. She jumps upon it more akin to a feral animal, taking in what she can. She bites into it. There is no sense of dignity to it. It's as though a rodent were being torn to pieces. She bites in and drinks more feral nature, trying to end up holding it in. And yet, taste is wrong. Or is it? I guess that's up to the ST at this point.
You taste a number of things. The first taste that you come to realize is that it is very easy to stomach. She is a person that you have directly influenced. Many of her current workings now are as a result of your guidance. So it's easy. It's easy to gobble down. And you taste 3 sort of flavors. One flavor you recognize as your own. Your influence, your vitae, having sustained her for a while. Her own sort of essence. But it's inky. It's black. Heavily shrouded by a swirl of emptiness. As if what you are fills that void. But that void is still ever present like a black hole. It almost wants to gobble you up, too. But, mechanically, it would be a bond to Pax.
Didn't have enough time to revert back to blood. Very well.
Damn, and I thought putting it in a blood bag would give it that chance.
It does, but time is also a factor.
Mm-hmm.
And ST call, for all I know, there might be something here, something to your blood that lets it keep in a bag longer for blood bond purposes.
Ooh.
Not that you're gonna know, but
Coffee would never just have pure fuckery for no reason.
You put it in a bag and you throw it immediately out the window. or into the window in this case, it hasn't had time to revert yet. Partially, you're satiated. You have 1 dot of hunger, bringing you down to 4. Yvette. It's a little more manageable now, but it's still very much there. You still want more. There's got to be more that she's willing to give.
It takes a moment for Yvette to recover herself. She's taking a moment to realize that she's been licking the inside of the bag, trying to get every drop away. It's enough to give her some peace of mind, though she struggles still. She tries to get back to her room. First she closes the window. She sees Pax. It's very clear that she has a hard time keeping her head high. Heavy is the head that bears the crown, after all. And perhaps the experience is humbling. She stumbles her way to her room. Get changed to not be a dripping mess. Takes her a moment before she settles upon her own bed, sitting down upon it. She looks at her room. Perhaps this is the first time she's ever looked at this room. She has no personal effects, no books, nothing. There is a reading desk with a chair that has never been used. A window covered over to remove sunlight. A bed that she has maintained, and yet the sheets have no character. A simple brown quilt with a white sheet, single pillow, for no other reason than masquerade. The room is empty. Even the light bulb just hangs there in the ceiling. Anna's room, even Pax's room, seem to reflect something of them. Perhaps to Yvette's own horror, this room does reflect her perfectly. There is nothing. No show of self. Just order and utility. Nothing here. Just order. She waits for Pax. She has no doubt that Mademoiselle Cosetta has some questions. She simply readies herself.
I'm not picking up what you're saying.
Whoa.
There we go.
Pax makes her way back upstairs, and She stops short in the hallway. She's so hungry now that she can't
Mine.
quite trust.
Mine. Take it back. Take it back. Take it back. She doesn't deserve it.
Did it take the edge off your vet?
Oui, mademoiselle. Merci.
At least let you think straight.
As much as I can be. Where did it come from?
It's a little consequence.
Would I need to insight to end up taking a guess, given the taste? And this is more of a rhetorical question.
Pretty obvious where it came from, I think.
Me. When Yvette steps out, you can see that she's in a dull pink dress, pants, but her top is little more than the tube top. No dress shirt, no dinner jacket, no formalities. Her tattoo of a serpent upon her chest that slithers down her back, along her sides, accents her arms, is bare for all to see. She tries to stand up straight. She starts to walk down the hall to approach Mademoiselle Cosetta.
Pax would actively take a couple of steps back.
She does still appear injured.
Probably shouldn't come any closer right now. We're both a little more hungry than we should be.
There's Mademoiselle Cosetta. She lowers her head a bit.
Alistair is sorting out taking.
That's about when he starts coming into the house with a couple of individuals who have kind of two left feet each, as they're some sort of stumbling over him, stumbling over themselves, giggling. He's laughing with them.
It's hard to grope, kiss, and walk at the same time.
Really is.
I imagine so. It would seem he has returned.
Sing.
I will go and get your meal prepared, Mademoiselle Cosetta.
Don't worry about that right now. You just get back to a good position.
She starts to walk down the stairs. Sees these two individuals.
Pax, are you joining them? I didn't hear what you said.
No, she wouldn't.
Okay.
Yeah, we don't need two furious vampires or ravenous vampires.
Might make things quick and convenient.
Or really problematic.
Very messy, but you do have control enough to perhaps be able to avoid that. Your beast is very hungry. It's not particularly caring about the source at the moment. Same for Yvette.
I imagine so.
Not particularly
will-
picky.
I will go downstairs, grabbing hold of my jacket just before I do so to cover up my wounds. As I end up approaching, Monsieur here, I'm so glad you ended up bringing house guests.
Ah, yes. They look absolutely delicious.
Mm.
And I'm going to basically convince one to go and walk over to Yvette, thinking they're going to get a good.
And you see the gentleman kind of saunter over towards you, Yvette. Looks like he's definitely into you. You certainly seem attractive to him.
I simply end up gesturing to be followed as I go upstairs. My room is that of utility, and for this, it will do just fine.
But why does it feel like cheating on Chris? No matter.
That is true.
Your
If
feet.
if possible. Oh, sorry. My apologies, Goff.
Feels like cheating because it is the closest thing to intimacy that a kindred can truly feel. To take in one's essence, one's life, and feed upon it. That is the closest thing to love that we really can share. At this point, I will not let it be a threat to him. He is mine for as long as I can have him, and he me. I hesitate not. It takes very little effort to end up going upon this individual as soon as the door closes. Getting in close. I don't even allow him a chance to feel the coldness of my skin when I am already upon him before I start to feed.
Need you to roll me a frenzy check. Difficulty 2.
I have 2 willpower, 6 humanity.
Keeping it together. You have complete control. How much are you taking?
Need to.
Why not take it all?
Because we have one more mouth to feed.
It takes so much to feed Pax.
And that is our raison d'etre. I am going to spend the willpower to keep it down.
Okay.
Which puts me at full. Puts me at fully used up willpower.
You're exhausted, Yvette. You don't know how much you can keep up this charade. This mask that you've got everything together. Letting it slip for Pax is one thing. Letting it slip in front of Alistair, that's a whole nother thing. He would never respect you again.
It is a requirement that we end up feeding Mademoiselle Cosetta. If she is to be free of the Baron, or free of the Dawn, she must know that she has a place to feed as well. She leaves the individual in a compromised position. The type that might end up making them feel as though perhaps they may have overdone it. She looks at him as he's still shallow breathing, exhausted. She feels the blood. This thing that makes her whole. Her mind is taxed. Yet there is still more to do.
Taking everything in your power not to gag in this moment.
I begin to walk, heading towards Mademoiselle Cosetta's, and I look to her. Offering my own rest, no weapon, perhaps a trickle of blood that leaves along the side of Yvette's lip. Very clear she is just fed.
Pax would take it.
Small amounts, Mademoiselle Cosetta. I still have to go back for seconds. And for you?
Yeah. Pax would 2 dots, I think. 1 or 2.
1. You do 2, and Yvette's right back to frenzy check.
You are at hunger 4, yes, Pax?
Yes.
Difficulty 2 frenzy check, please.
Currently at 3 willpower. Oh, yay.
Complete control.
She's careful about licking. Still takes a step back.
Yvette, you feel the vitae leaving you, and you desperately don't want it to. To the point where your beast is not happy about this at all.
Doesn't need to be happy. Happiness has nothing to do with what we are doing.
Need to
This is
feed.
survival. And we will. I check the wound. I wipe my mouth for a moment before going downstairs. At this point, there is no point in masquerade in the regard of keeping them from realizing that what we're going to do. The moment of using my own power, my own gaze, is enough to make them forget. Alistair, you would see that Yvette comes down the stairs. She seems a little... Perhaps her hair is out of place. She seems a little more ragged as she is walking down the steps. Her eyes are glued to your... Well, I'm sure you're having a fun time with at this point.
Alistair, are you feeding at all? Or are you just...
Yes, I would have fed And I was going to say, like, um, given my proclivities, but it was too good for the roleplay to interrupt. I probably would have sent the female to Yvette instead.
Yeah, well, you're having fun with this girl anyway.
Yeah, it's
You're,
not
fe-
really my thing, but
you're
she
feeding on her.
tasty.
That's the important part.
Yeah, she tasty. She's cute and she tasty
How much are you taking from her?
too.
2? Okay. So that's important to note before Yvette digs in.
And she's probably I like half passed out on the couch. I'll go up and I'll greet Yvette. Mademoiselle, you look like you need to rest. Is there anything I can do?
I am going to take this one and take what I need to continue my duties.
All of it. All of it, Yvette.
Do you need that much? Could we get something that's, I know they're not usually to your liking. Could we get something that you would actually...
You know it close to being 5 o'clock in the morning now.
Tomorrow?
We'd be right back where we started if we wait until tomorrow.
Monsieur Alistair, Monsieur Knight, I would be right back in the same position tomorrow.
I only wanted to help. I will leave this to you then.
She takes a step forward and then stops. Monsieur Knight. Thank you. She turns back on her heel and starts walking away from what is more Alistair's meal. Starts walking up to him. Looking him dead in the eye. Thank you. I am sure it could not have been easy. And it is not in my nature to have others do for me what you have.
You have saved my ass more than once.
I am here to serve the whims of the coterie.
Makes 2 of us.
No. Monsieur.
If you need anything, if it's within my power, I will. I have to go and take care of something. Can I leave this to you?
Of course.
Thank you. I apologize for the dine and dash, but there's something important to take.
You have considered the offer?
Very much. And I think there is possibilities there that are very for everyone. I would like to work more closely with you.
If that is your wish. Yvette will go upstairs. Look apologetic to Pax. Give her a simple head shake, saying that she cannot offer much more. Going to take hold of the individual. Looking over him, she can understand why it is that Alistair has chosen these 2 specimens fit for a Toreador. And yet, as she picks up the man, starts to bring him over. They'll forget this night. They simply wandered into a strange home where they don't remember, and they woke up exhausted, perhaps had a good night. The hangover certainly would appear so. But as she drives with these two in the back, designated driver after all, she wonders, where do we go from here?
Could have been full. Still good.
We will be full when we have deserved it.
I deserve it.
We have failed to uphold our right with the coterie, our gang. We almost allowed Mademoiselle Cosetta to lose face in front of Monsieur Mario. We have not ended up getting the information we would have needed.
What does
from
any
Monsieur
of that
Mario.
matter?
It matters to me.
Does it truly matter, though? Not in the long run. She'll squeal back to her boss.
And that is when we will end up finding an opportunity to have earned it.
Fuck
But only then.
Dignitas.
That is... She remembers. She remembers a conversation with Jacques. A conversation where he made it clear it is Dignitas that protects not only the soul of the Ventru, but that of the human spirit, one's humanity. It serves, in many cases, as a guiding light. Even Yavet's touchstones, in one way or another, reflect those values. To throw them away, to throw away Dignitas, it would be akin to throwing away one's soul. Mine may be battered, bruised, wounded, but the pain is real. And so I know my soul is still intact from you.
Alistair, you've been summoned away. And quickly, as you have already made your sire wait an hour and a half.
Yeah.
You head over to the sort of common meeting place for the Tremere, as they don't really have a chantry, as it were. It's more of a collection house, more of a sort of meeting place for those who are of like mind. And so, you find yourself walking into the the large sort of library that is there. And you do find that your sire is indeed exactly where he had told you to arrive. He has a book open in front of him and a companion, it looks like. White hair. She's sort of tall, but beautiful. And he seems to be talking very pleasantly with her.
I'd walk up and approach.
Ah, Alistair, you finally arrived. Was wondering when you would get here.
I apologize. Things are busy lately.
I'm sure. And, well, as much as I don't like waiting, I'm sure Miss Lugosi doesn't like waiting that long either.
Oh, no, it's certainly all right. Time is something we happen to have, as I'm sure you know. Mr. Knight, is it?
Yeah, yes, ma'am.
The woman will stand up. She's wearing a black turtleneck. Has this like tan jacket kind of draped over her, gold jewelry, pearl earrings, and very, very like forward eyes. They kind of just pierce you in a strange way, like she's analyzing you the moment you walked in the door. She approaches you, just taking like one or two steps just so that she's in range for a handshake.
I would gladly give a firm handshake, and then probably stand there like I always do, with kind of my hands knit behind my back, like very straight back.
And her hand is just as cold as yours.
It is a pleasure, Miss Lugosi.
I didn't introduce myself yet.
Oh,
Alfred,
Godfrey
but-
already did.
Okay,
or,
cool.
Not Alfred, Wilfred.
Wilfred.
Yeah, he'd said Miss Lugosi doesn't like waiting.
Ah, yes. It's nice to meet you as well. Now that we all seem to be gathered here in presence, Mr. Wilfred and I, we're under a bit of a discussion, just to page you in, Mr. Knight, about, a deal, a trade-off. It's come to my attention that there might be some interest in certain properties and domains for warding. Now, I'm not particularly a specialist in this regard, but I figured I would come to the ones who are known for it.
Yes, you still haven't exactly told me who it is that is looking for having wards installed.
Ah, my dears, my apologies. That is, Baron Kane is looking into it.
The Baron.
Yes. It has a bit to do with some concerns as of late. As I'm sure. Sure you know there are the occasional tensions on all sides. But I also believe with those tensions it would benefit the Tremere just as much to protect their assets, would it not?
Pardon me if I seem a little taken aback by the Baron's sudden interest in hiring us, but he seems to have outside friends, does he not? Miss Lugosi?
Outside friends is not necessarily a term that I would understand or use in this context. I know nothing of that. I was given a task and I simply do.
What do you think, Alistair?
I think it could be useful and strengthen bonds between someone who runs the domains that we live in. There is much that we could gain. We would not have to divulge secrets. We would just perform service.
Yes, but it's so...
Of course, I understand that such a task is not of ease. I presume rituals and magic require some extensive efforts for that. I'm more than happy to oblige with returning the favors.
Miss Lagos, might I have a moment in private with my sire?
I will make myself scarce.
I do apologize. This is something that I wish to run by before speaking out.
Certainly. She will step aside and kind of like look through the different books and things. She finds an interest in one particular book out of nowhere that she finds. It's sort of like a historical piece on Austin's settlement and different sort of family lines and things like that leading up to current properties.
And Godfrey kind of moves in close and kind of whispers very quietly, "What do you make of her?"
Definitely opportunistic.
That much
Has
is
her own
obvious.
agenda. Can't speak too much of her character. Definitely would keep her at arm's length until. But what I had in mind, I know you dislike doing things like that, and I have been meaning to practice and learn more anyways. I know I could not perform some of the strongest wards, but some of the easier ones perhaps I could learn them and perform these for the Baron in order to gain us whatever boons or rewards he is offering.
I don't know. Something just smells wrong about all of this. I've never liked working with dragons.
They are vain. They love their things.
A little too much.
Perhaps the best thing that we can trust in is that because of that they can be predictable.
But even Baron Kane has his unpredictabilities.
True. While doing this, we can start with a low-grade things that I can do. Test the waters, gather information. And if he is in need of things that are outside of things that I can do that, well, I would need to call him back up, we might be able to reevaluate with more information.
He's already made it very clear that he's willing to call in help from San Antonio. What makes you think he's not willing to do that now? Pull another thing right out from Austin's own nose.
This might be the olive branch.
I'm not sure I trust it.
Well, I know you, if I were the one that gathering the intel and doing at least the groundwork for this, it would minimize the risk to you. I would be willing to do this, because I think that should it prove to bear fruit, it would put our group in a much better position in the city than we are.
Yes, I don't intend to end up like the Nosferatu.
But I will leave that decision up to you. I am willing.
I can't decide things for you.
Well,
That's not how this works.
like I said, I am willing and will do this if you would permit me the learning materials to practice these rituals enough to be competent.
Sometimes I forget you're not exactly a prodigy.
Now, I have my pros and my cons. Sometimes you love me, sometimes you hate.
You're a rather confusing man. Sometimes I
But
don't
I'm
even know
not-
what to make of you.
But I'm not boring.
Maybe if you keep her busy, maybe that'll be enough. I don't need the Baron's little lapdog sniffing around at everything I do.
Well, we could invite her to stay with us. That would keep an eye on her. You know, they say keep your friends close and your enemies closer. Till we figure out where she falls, that's about as close as I'd want her.
If you feel the risk is worth it, I won't stop you. It's your funeral.
We've already had that one.
Not exactly. As far as I remember, you still actively work at this college.
Well, that's true. I never did have a problem.
Speaking of which, whatever did happen to Professor Knight?
Last I heard, he went away.
On vacation? Out of nowhere? That's odd.
There are some things I would never understand about my father. But
Well, I have things I must get back to, as I'm sure you are aware. Have fun.
Did he give me, do I have, the clearance to get, some of the books to research?
We don't keep books for these things.
Oh, I didn't know. Sorry. Well, how would,
But
he...
lessons start tomorrow night. Be sure to get some supplies. Because you'll only have my supplies at your ready for a brief period of time while you are practicing.
And I would pull out my little notebook that I keep on me and make a note of what I need to get.
And he will tell you to go and get those materials as quickly as possible.
I'll be here tomorrow night. And I would go back over and, well, I would say my goodbyes to him and then go over to Miss Lugosi.
She closes the book.
And he disappears up the stairs and out of sight.
Miss Lugosi, I don't suppose that you've secured lodging for your stay in Austin, have you?
Oh, I certainly do have room and board. Thank you.
Okay. Well, I'm going to arrange to get the ability that we can do some of the things. It will take a bit of time, but I think we could make it.
It sounds lovely. I'm so glad to hear that is our current arrangement. Though I do have to ask, with that part of things settled, let's make things more clear.
Yeah. Clarity is definitely preferable.
I understand that we are still building rapport as a business partnership, and for that reason, I want to make the proposition that we start with only 3 wards. Specified locations. And with that, I owe you 3 minor favors as given. Small instances of equal value. Is that an acceptable clause?
I believe that would be. It'd be nice to. We can test the waters, and well, I hope that we can build a fruitful and beneficial relationship with each other.
Wonderful. Then, if you could, and she pulls out a small booklet. It's just this tiny lined booklet. And she writes down the agreement that has been stated with a small nib pen. Very nice fine line. One of those nice ones you use for inking comics or letters or things like that. And then she hands the pen to you and just points in along with the small booklet and points to it. If you could sign just below that.
I would initial it.
That's acceptable. And she will also go ahead and initial it. And she closes the booklet, takes back the pen. Moving forward, Mr. Knight, where is it that I might be able to find you in the future?
I would pull out my cell phone and give a contact number.
I see.
And before I can tell you where you could find me, I must make other arrangements and clearance to make sure that it is okay.
Ah, yes. You need to speak with the other members of Pygmalion, correct? I figured as much. I have to say, I am mildly excited to get to meet all of you more formally, if given the chance. I have heard about some of the events that have transpired in the past. Anastasia's case is particular fascination to me.
I don't think there is a person within our group that is not a little bit.
Certainly.
But it is getting early. I'm sure we both have a little bit of travel time. Give me a call tomorrow evening and I will set up, if I can, a meeting and introduction. If that is acceptable.
That is most acceptable. would be appreciated. And she will go ahead and take down Alistair's contact number. With that, Mr. Knight, I greet you a good day.
Yes. Have a good. I give a small little bow, and then he'll turn and walk out to go and try to return before the sun comes up.
Which gives us the opportunity to take a very quick break. And when we come back, we will start a new evening. So be right back, everyone. Welcome back, everyone, to Austin by Starlight. The start of a new night for our kindred. As the night passes into daytime, the world around them rises with the sun, goes about their business, and our kindred sleep. Going over the events of the previous nights, the capture of Mario, the feeds that most of the whole coterie needed, and the introduction of a new character. Someone who might have some strong ties with members of the coterie and perhaps members of the barony at large. Our kindred lie motionless during their day sleep, but as the sun sets and the night life of the city of Austin becomes to rise, I would like each of our kindred to make a rouse check. Oh, Yvette Pack's so much hungrier. Alistair, you're feeling alright today. What is your hunger at, Alistair?
My hunger is at 1.
1. And for Pax and Yvette? 4 each. Still on the verge, on the edge. That's knife that you're constantly balancing on between the monster that you are and the monster you could become. Teetering ever so slightly in each direction. Hungrier. Wishing that you had eaten something in incompleteness. Something far more satisfying. Something whole. Your prisoner, Mario, still lies torpid in the makeshift basement. But you three, awake. Deja has not made it to the coterie house as of tonight, as she has other duties that she must attend to. But the three of you are here. What do you do?
Yvette is preparing to get out. She has to continue in the feed if she is to serve Mademoiselle Cosetta as required. She is trying to pack light at this point, with little more than a pistol on her shoulder holster, a small knife. Wishes she could bring her case, but not for this. It would add further complication.
And I believe the pistol you carry was from La Puerta, is it not?
Oui.
Sort of souvenir from an old war.
I would come walking down the stairs, and if I see everybody, I'm glad to find you two. I met someone last night that we may be working.
We may be working with.
They are new in the area and might be beneficial to build ties. I would like to set up an introduction sometime tonight that is possible. Though you guys, well, late in the evening after things have been taken care of.
All right.
Monsieur Knight,
Yes, mademoiselle.
will you be approaching the Nosferatu today?
I will make first contact, and then I have something else I have to do. I do not wish to push too
This
hard or
is-
too fast.
This is charged to you.
Yes.
Does it not require your full attention, or is that beneath you?
No, it is getting my full attention.
Clearly not. I simply exercise concern.
Understand.
It is
If
easy
it-
to get sidetracked.
If it is showing at all, I am doing this first.
He's so easily sidetracked. It's like he has a squirrel for a brain.
Leave it to Tremere to not know the large picture. Very well, Monsieur Knight. I will then leave it in your capable hands. She begins to step towards the door. I will return as quickly as I can, Mademoiselle Cosetta.
Happy hunting.
Don't rush.
Then we will set. And Yvette will make her way out to go hunting.
All right. How are you going about doing so?
She is going to end up scouring the neighborhood. She's concerned with her needs, but she's more rested now. She is going to go about and hunt, finding a face who she may have some influence with, though she is not picky at this point. What also, more accurately, she is trying to get the most out of the situation. She may end up doing so multiple times tonight. She has wounds to heal. And more importantly, she would rather have the debt repaid to Mademoiselle Pax, a Monsieur Knight. But at this point, just taking the edge off of it will be enough.
Could eat a whole horse right now. Or the equivalent. Horse actually sounds very disgusting.
Yvette tries not to vomit in her own mouth at the stray thought. But it is what it is.
All right. Yvette, make your fairly standard hunting roll as you go about your nightly watch, your sort of
Oh,
neighborhood watch sort of thing.
okay, I'm not going to willpower that because it's not a crit fail, it's just a regular fail.
You're frustrated with yourself. How in the world can some nights be so easy and other nights so damn hard? How hard is it for someone to just be alone for a moment, a brief moment, to give you their ear, to let you speak your piece, and be done with it? An hour. An hour goes by. Wasted.
There's no choice but she has to try again.
During that hour, Pax and Alistair, what are you up to?
How are you doing, Pax?
I'm doing. That's how I'm doing.
Can I do anything for you before I head out? Are you in need? Oh, you cut out there, Mike.
Very much so.
Okay. How in control of yourself are you?
Well, I haven't ripped open your throat yet, have I?
Although that seems like a very, very tempting idea.
This is true. Though usually it's just something I said that makes you want to do that, not hunger.
Since when have I threatened to rip out your throat? I
You
thought that
did.
was just your vet.
You did hit me with a shoe.
I mean, you did say and do something stupid.
I'm not saying I didn't deserve it, but all right.
Right.
If you do not mind, do the same as before, and I
Yeah.
apologize if you lose control. That I will defend myself.
Whatever's necessary.
Oh, I really want to rip his throat out, though. Sometimes
I really want to rip it out.
sometimes he talks too much.
Something I'd like more than that, though. He takes a seat, leans back, opens a mouth, and waits.
I would do the same as before, drawing my pocket knife, making a small incision, and willing it to flow, and let it drop into her mouth.
Difficulty 2, frenzy check, Pax.
Yay! Now, I would have regained
Yes, you would
a bit of
regain.
willpower.
Yep, superficial willpower equal to either your composure or your resolve, whichever is higher.
Awesome. Thing a lot easier.
We shall see.
Hey!
Cool as a cucumber.
How many dots he given?
How many? I would go to the max of 3, but I would try for 2.
Okay, we'll keep it at 2 because that puts her at 2 hunger.
Okay.
And it doesn't overly tax him.
There's a slight familiar sort of taste to it.
She's getting used to it.
The sort of taste like your own special power to see into the void, but it's a little different. The way it tastes is a little different. But control, there's some there. Control of a situation. And maybe even that brief little spark of the mystical.
Nothing like controlling your vet. Or in Boss Hernandez's. Yeah. Waves him away. In a better situation.
Well, if you should need anything, I will be busy for most of the night, but if it's an emergency, I can be called away. But I will set up a meeting for sunrise. Is it okay to
Yeah.
invite them here? You said might as well, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, it cut out for you, so I wanted to double check. Oh, very well. I will make the arrangements. But
I'm gonna go and see if I can get a little bit of that ghost.
be careful.
Oh shit.
And I would pick up the bag that I dropped there like 2 days ago to go that I was going to take with me to visit the Nosferatu and go visit the Nosferatu first.
All right. Alistair is off to go and make a visit. Pax, where are you off to?
She's off to the basilica.
To go visit a certain grave.
Absolutely. She's also gonna send a message through to Julian, checking in on him, seeing how he is.
It takes a while before you get a text. You get to the basilica before you get a text back from him. Been busy. Can't talk now.
She sends him another message back and says, keep in touch. Then leaves it at that.
As far as you know, he leaves you on red.
Could I send an email?
Sure.
I will type up the email to you in a DM.
Okay. Cool beans. You head to the Basilica graveyard, where Senor Hernandez was buried. Make me an investigation check with resolve. Or wits, your choice.
Go with the result.
Alright.
Any modifiers?
Nope. Kind of looking around, it's something weird. Something's off. Something's off about the headstone.
I would like to sense the unseen.
Roll me the sense the unseen.
In particular, I'm looking for Senor Hernandez.
You don't see him nearby. And when you look at the grave, you look at the headstone again, it looks rather clean for a headstone that's been here quite some time with no visitors besides yourself.
Shit. Looking at the grave itself, does it look disturbed?
Kind of giving it another look over. No. The grass is still in place, but it's just the headstone's weird.
She looks around. She wants to take a bit of a closer look at that headstone.
Okay. I'll allow for another wits or resolve investigation. Yeah, you expect to see more sort of the accumulation of outdoor dust.
And there's just nothing.
There's some, but it looks like it's been swept away in some way. Some of it's been swept away. There's still like bits and pieces here and there, but there's some obvious places where it's been swept away, like over the top, over the sides, over the base. And it's kind of one of those, standard, just kind of square-ish headstones.
Are there any like grooves or indentations in the headstone that could maybe pop out?
You kind of run your finger all over the engravings. There's nothing unusual about it. All the letters seem to be rather uniform. They have very smooth sort of carvings. You're kind of dusting them out a little bit with your fingers yourself, because there's still dust in the grooves. It just seems like the surfaces have all been wiped down.
Antonio Hernandez, you here? She's actively looking around for him.
You don't see him.
I would like to see if I can use premonition on the gravestone.
Okay.
See
Rouse and
what
roll for it.
happened.
Ooh. You're pushing it back. What Alistair gave you isn't satisfying. It's not that same sort of web that you're looking into.
Flavor. It's not the flavor I want.
Mm-hmm. It doesn't linger in your mouth like you like it does with Don Hernandez, and you start to your mind kind of does wander just a little bit before focusing really in on what you're looking for. And what you see is a figure in the night. Last night, you're fairly sure. This person kind of running their hands over the dusty sort of headstone, giving it a push. Headstone slides. They dig into the dirt, pull out a box. A wooden box. They set the box aside, push dirt back into the hole, slide the gravestone back in its place, kind of muss up the grass and dirt a little bit so it looks like it's undisturbed. And they take the box, kind of melt into the void.
Fuck. I was right. Fuck. She just stands up. Takes a last look at the Heads. He's not here anymore. She makes it. Climbs inside.
Climbs inside where?
Back into her vehicle. And then she heads back to the coterie house.
Did you really expect that there was going to be something different there? You hear her voice. In your car.
What do you mean different?
And you look back into the back of the seat and you see that La Muerta is there.
What'd you think?
You came out here looking for something. Did you expect to find what you were looking for?
I was hoping he hadn't moved that quick.
This is Hernandez we're talking about.
Yeah. So what brings you to the back seat of my vehicle? Doing his bidding?
No. Why would I get involved in the war? It's not my war.
What?
It's what it is, isn't it?
War between who?
Hernandez. And Kane.
Didn't realize full-blown war.
Bringing in proxies like San Antonio. It's a war, honey.
Yeah.
I've seen plenty. Enough for many lifetimes.
Well, I haven't.
You're lucky you're not dead.
The Muerta, we both did.
Well,
I
you're
think you
lucky
mean
that
dead.
more dead. You know what I mean.
He still didn't answer the question.
I'm here because Hernandez asked me to kill Yvette. And I refused. Like I said, not my war. But you should know, he's not gonna stop. And your brain has always been a little too addled in his presence to really realize that. I see the look on your face when you look at him.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's kind of sick when you think about it.
We're all a little sick.
Isn't that the truth?
So we try to get you on your vest.
Get me on you, that's what? I'm not taking sides in this.
I know. But that's pretty far. We've got Mario.
Yeah, I know. He was the dipshit who took up the job when I said no.
Does the boss know?
Pretty sure he does.
Mario goes back to him, he probably won't live.
Mario stays put where he is. He's probably not gonna live.
Not necessarily.
What do you intend to do with him?
I'll think of something.
Oh, I get
He's
it.
stupid,
Yeah,
but he's useful.
and I get why you don't want to be specific.
I'm glad you told me, though. So why is he going after Yvette in particular?
Isn't it obvious? Wait, no, it wouldn't be obvious to you because you're a little biased. You get what she's trying to do, right? Like, according to him. Like, she's trying to
What's
take away one of his little toys.
Is she trying to take me away? You reckon?
I don't know. If she is, she's not being very forceful about it. Which is pretty true of her if I really think about it.
I'm thinking if she is, back foot.
Look, Don Hernandez's cartel. Whether you want to be involved in that, that's your business. Yvette is just some French girl who got caught up in all of this. She's not a war machine like you and me.
You think I'm a war machine?
You were made to be that way.
I was made to be an interrogator.
And what do interrogators do? Question prisoners.
Doesn't make
Makes you perfect. Especially if you're on such a tight leash.
yeah, it's tight and eventually it's strength. That's what happened, you know. Pulled it too tight.
You sure about that? Sure it's not gonna rubber band? That it's just gonna snap instead?
I don't want it to rubber band. I'm enjoying this new sense of freedom.
Freedom. The leash isn't even off yet, and you say you're free.
No. I said I'm enjoying the freedom that I got.
I could pull you right back and you wouldn't say no. Wouldn't you?
I might.
Might is not a definite answer.
Because I'm looking at things now from a different.
So tell me, from this new perspective of yours, what's it look like?
Looks like trouble.
Well, duh.
Looks like Hernandez is gonna self-destruct.
Self-destruct.
He could have and should have just done away with it. Right when he. Now he's sending out Kindred to take out your vet. He's lost one. Had one say no. He's showing his hand. He doesn't have that big of an army.
He's the link between Texas and the Mexican cartel. What do you think he has?
Mexican cartel has their limit.
Not when it's Hernandez.
Even when it's Hernandez. So what is this you trying to talk me into going back to him?
No. Fuck that.
Fuck that.
No. I couldn't give two shits about what happens to him.
But you give two shits about what happens to your vet?
No. I give two shits about what happens to you. I kind of like you.
So what do you think is going to happen to me?
One of a number of things. You're gonna go back to Hernandez with your tail between your legs, defeated, a slave. You're gonna end up dead, which would suck. Or maybe, just maybe, if you're ballsy enough, you'll leave Austin.
You reckon I need to do Austin?
That's what it takes. That's what it takes to get away from the war that created you. And even then, it might follow you.
Sure it would.
There have been signs of mine following me. So yeah, you'll never truly escape. But at least, if you walk away, you get some degree of peace. Even if it's just for a couple of years.
Or I could take the fourth option.
And that would be
Break the bond. Fight in the war. Win.
and your soul will go with it.
I believe I lost my soul.
still there.
I think that's wishful thinking.
If that was wishful thinking, I would have killed you by now. Because you'd be
Fair.
either a white or a Sabbat. And I hate both.
So what are you gonna do now that this war is ramping up?
Make sure the city doesn't eat shit for it. You know, masquerade breaches and that shit. Been hearing some horror stories about those kinds of cities who get caught up in the things blowing up and then humans get involved.
You think that's gonna happen here?
Could happen anywhere.
But you think it's gonna happen here? Specifically? Because
Snipers in a residential neighborhood doesn't exactly go unnoticed.
yeah, well, he wasn't quiet, was he?
No. No, he wasn't. Just watch your back.
Obviously. You watch yours too. You said no. He doesn't like that.
I've got eyes in the back of my head. Always.
Should hope so.
Should grow eyes in the back of yours.
I'm working on it.
That's probably something that
Hey.
you can pick up from your vet.
Is there somewhere I can drop you off?
Right here's fine. She kind of just points to the corner.
Pax would pull up. Let her out.
Thanks for the ride.
Catch her around.
If you need me, call me.
Of course.
And she starts to walk away.
And Pax would head back to the Coterie Haven.
All right. In the meantime, Yvette, you're still feeding, right?
Yep.
You can make me another feeding roll if you'd like.
Yep.
I believe the chase is difficulty 4.
Yeah. This I will willpower 1. 50-50.
Oh, honey, so close. So close, but no cigar.
I gotta get back to the Coterie house. I can't spend all night out here.
All right. Alistair was off to go visit some Nosferatu.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. Sorry, just pulling up a scene so I can make that happen here. So, off to go and visit the Nosferatu. And you have a bag of something. What is in that bag?
Utilitarian clothes, hoodies, khakis, some vintage stuff that I've picked up here and there that has just been at the store that came with various lots that I've gotten. It's like one of those big green army duffel bags. That's
Mm.
probably almost as tall as I am.
Mm-mm. All right.
Just things that, someone might need or want because some of it is quite nice.
Okay. So you make your way to sort of a side street, a little alleyway, kind of parking lot in the middle of everything. It's secluded. It's meant to be the sort of, back of the building sort of parking place, but not a lot of people park back here, as the alley to get into it is rather narrow, and it seems more along the lines of people have just been using it as a hangout spot or a place to play games or things of that sort. You see all sorts of graffiti everywhere, but you also see, all sorts of chalk markings like for kids games on the pavement, and the buildings around you are all sort of taller, sort of apartment buildings that are rather plain to look at from the outside. So, makes sense. It has one sort of straight lamp over the top of the whole thing, but there's plenty of dark corners where lots of different things could be going on at this particular moment. And the only silhouette you see is of a person in a hoodie who seems to just be standing and waiting.
I will mosey around and walk up to them. And I will pop Sense the Unseen just to check my.
Okay, go ahead and roll for that.
It's with discipline, correct?
Yes.
4 successes.
You don't see anything unseen around you. But it's just that one person in the hoodie who kind of has their arms folded, and then when you start looking around, they just kind of stare off looking at you until you make eye contact again. And this sort of like big, kind of bulbous eyes just kind of staring at you from under the shadow of the hoodie.
I'd walk up and approach.
And who are you?
My name's Alice.
Alistair who?
Oh, forgive me, I am Lillian.
Huh. You are pretentious, aren't you?
Oh, I figured might me.
You see that sort of this person being a little bit shorter than you, kind of looks up from the hoodie. Their arms still kind of folded in to hide their very lithe figure, but the eye is looking up at you. The skin that you see now in the sort of dim light, it's all sort of looks like cracked earth.
It's good to see you again, Jewel.
I mean, you hardly ever see me, so.
Well, I'm hoping that'll change in the future.
I mean, I'm supposed to not be seen, right?
That only counts for mortal. I'm pretty sure Earth.
Well, my experience with most non-mortals have been questionable at best.
I'm sorry that's...
I mean, unless you count the last recent months, but before that,
But it is good that I found you. I wanted to talk to you and perhaps get to know some people.
some people, meaning who?
I had an idea after our last conversation,
Mm-hmm.
and I wanted to extend an offer. And this is kind of... well, I don't want to say a peace offering because we're not quite at war. Consider it a kind gesture. I would like to help the Nosferatu in any way that I can in acquiring things that they need or getting things done they could not otherwise facilitate on their own.
Are we into some kind of pity party for you?
Does it seem that way?
Kinda, yeah. First Yvette, now you.
I wouldn't say it's out of...
No, it is out of pity.
well, not entirely. I
Look.
believe that it could be mutually beneficial.
Look, just because we spend a lot of time traveling the sewers and in the shadows, and there might be some kind of weird thing going on where Don Hernandez wants to cut off some of our access to the rest of the city. Like, what in the fuck is this?
Oh, just I figured that some people might be in need of basic necessities. Things get worn over time. I can arrange for... I have lines of any kind of, well, mostly in antiques, but any kind of needs of material goods, furniture, or anything that you might need.
We
can
have
arrange for other things.
we have people for that.
I figured not everybody has someone that can... I'm just trying to be of...
You want to be of use?
What is it that the Nosferatu need? What can I help?
Well, we don't need charity goods. You're better off throwing this shit at the homeless shelter.
Very well. I didn't know where to start.
Secondly, if you want to be of any use to us, maybe, just maybe, politically, what's his face? Pandrum. Pandrum should lose the election. Can you do that? I didn't think so.
I can look into it.
Well, good luck, because he's got some very serious ties, from what I understand. Very serious ties that if they got out, you know, it wouldn't look so good for some of the kindred in this city.
I can look into. Is there anything else you can think of on the short term?
Not really, no. But you're serious.
I can't promise a success, but I will look into it and see the options that are before.
Great, more
And,
promises you can't fulfill.
I would rather not blow smoke up.
You're already blowing smoke up my ass by saying that you're even going to consider it. People love Pendrum. Like, this whole town is rooting for him to win Senate. Honestly, I don't know what you can do.
One thing I've learned, all it takes is a few rumors and a scandal.
No. I'm not talking scandal.
Do you want him gone?
No.
Then how would you?
I just don't want him to win.
I have an idea. Let me see if I can.
Well, good luck. Fat chance.
I'll hand her one of my business cards. If there is any among the Nosferatu that can't acquire their own. Or if you can think of anything else. Don't hesitate to contact me. Just say it's from Jewel and that you need to talk it.
Whatever.
Well, have a nice night. I'll
Really,
give
that's
her-
all that you wanted this meeting for, was to ask me what I needed and then say that's all you wanted? Really, what's your angle?
Like I said, I wanted to build a relationship. It can be mutually beneficial.
To what end? Like, that I haven't figured out yet.
You don't lay out all your cards on the first date.
Ugh. Sorry, not my type.
Yeah, sadly you are not mine.
Then why call it a date?
It was a poor attempt at humor.
Right. Like, you're playing at something. I don't know what it is yet.
Aren't we all?
Yes.
Well, according to everybody, I'm just a little more stupid and out in the open than most.
Which is weird for a sorcerer.
Yeah.
I think that makes you really dumb.
That's what
Or
happens
really
when you grow up.
naive.
There's a little bit of both. That's what happens when you grow up very books and sheltered. It is something that I'm working.
Book
I'll
smart,
need
I
to
can
get better.
see. You're dumb as bricks, though, sometimes.
Yeah. Either I will get better or it's going to get to be killed someday. Of that, I have no doubt.
Yeah, that's usually how it works. You can throw that shit in the garbage. If somebody wants it, they'll go get it.
Okay. And I'll I'll leave the duffel bag by the dumpster. I won't make them dive into it. Even if they don't take it, some homeless people will probably find it and tear it apart.
Weird. She just says under her breath as she and you are walking away from the scene.
I'll just be chuckling to myself. Then I suppose I'm off the train till it's meeting time.
Okay. Yvette and Pax were headed back to the coterie house. They could kind of line up together. What do you two do?
When Pax gets back, she starts to make her way back downstairs. Wants to quickly check in on Barrera. Make sure he's still there. Hello?
What? Sorry. Sorry, my bad.
Pax is gonna.
I didn't get what you're looking. Didn't get what you're saying.
Yep. She wants to check on Barrera.
He's still there. He's still torpid.
Okay. That's something. And then she's gonna make her way back upstairs to wait for whoever returns.
Yvette will be entering the front door. Right. She sits down at the table, resting herself backwards, or resting her back against the chair, kind of just flopped at this point. She seems utterly exasperated. Perhaps when you enter the room, she suddenly straightens up, trying to maintain a sense of propriety.
Relax, it's just me.
Pardon, mademoiselle. I was expecting someone else.
Who?
Oh, Alastair to walk through the door to introduce us to this new acquaintance. I look forward to the result of him coming back and explain how it was he was able to end up gaining some insight into the Nosferatu, perhaps to better understand and to end up building a bond that would be useful in the coming times.
I take your trip out wasn't very fruitful.
No, mademoiselle, it was not.
Are you okay?
It is nothing that can be done at this moment. To be honest, when I arrived, I was grateful that you were here. I thought somebody would do something foolish like leave the Coterie house unattended.
I did go out.
Mario was able to end up finding us here. She looks to the boarded up window. They know of this location. They know where he is, or where to at least start looking. I would expect them to arrive sometime nearby. Perhaps I should be grateful for that. It is an offer for takeout. Do you believe that when they come, they will end up bringing those fortune cookies you Americans are so fond of?
I doubt it. I'm more likely to bring a fuckload of weapons and fill the house with lead.
I
Drive by some
suppose. Yvette is pulling out her case, checking her FAMAS to be sure it is armed and ready. It's always the worst part, the waiting.
I've hit her.
Pardon, mademoiselle?
What?
What about her?
She was in the back seat of my car. I took a trip out to Antonio's grave. Was hoping to get a little piece of him, but it seems Boss Hernandez got to him first. Should have done it last night.
I apologize for the inconvenience.
Not your fault. He just knew what I was gonna do, that's all.
You are a part of his crew. He knows you as well as you know him. Perhaps better.
Yeah.
But what can you do? If he knows everything you will do before you do it, he knows your mind and your intent, then what more can you do? He will always be one step ahead of you.
That's where you come in.
Moi?
Although you're an unknown. Some French girl. And knows jack and or shit about you. I told him very little about you.
I have done what I can to speak very little about myself.
That's exactly right. But even of what you did tell, I didn't tell him a whole lot. Even still, he asked La Muerta to kill you. She said no.
I suppose I should be grateful for such things. I am unsure if I could do much against Namuate.
She reckons I should leave San Antonio.
It is understandable. You would be able to distance yourself, try and remove the influence. To be sure, Mademoiselle Cosetta, I must congratulate you. You seem to have a better understanding of, or perhaps a more indomitable will. Most thralls are not as willful as yourself. Well, perhaps it is by the grace of God.
Or perhaps I haven't just been feeding on Boss Hernandez and that's had an effect.
Je ne sais pas. I am not a blood leech.
I don't. All I know is I only started questioning him after I joined this coterie.
After you met me,
Yeah,
mm. So how may I be of service, Mademoiselle Cosetta?
you're an unknown. Just do what you do.
Mademoiselle,
It's not.
I can only do so much. Especially with circumstances. And there is, of course, the issue of trust. We have none. Not truly. And it is understandable. But
This is true.
if you are asking me to assist you, then I cannot operate under your own whim. If he understands that connection, then again he can be ahead of the curve. And I do not think you understand exactly what you're asking of me by doing so.
So explain it to me.
Did you know, amongst all the cities in the world, most of the princes would be of Ventro? Even notable barons across the United States are still Ventro. You may have even heard of the famed Victor Temple.
Can't say I have.
Perhaps you are lucky. I'm not a fan of the boisterous nature of the Temple of Boom. Were you to meet him, he would demand you correct yourself. Remind that he is the undisputed Baron of the Valley. That is the nature of the Ventru, you see. Ours is the need, not want, to rule, to be the head of the pack, to sit upon the throne, to hold the scepter and sword in hand. I have gone to great pains to not become that. I have sacrificed much to not become that. To not be the thing that we as anarchs have riled against. For me to do so would be asking me to pick up that scepter, to pick up that crown. Is that truly what you want? To be free of the dawn? I cannot promise much in that regard. Even now, it is a plea to offer you some semblance of choice, that which was denied to you by your dawn.
I
Does
think
it-
I just
She said.
I just want to know who I am without his influence. And I think we lost coffee.
Mm-mm.
Huh?
Hello?
I think we did.
Hello?
No shit.
I was worried you'd lose me, to be honest.
Hello?
Oh, well,
Hi.
Hello. Are
Hello?
you back?
Yeah, we lost the game.
Uh-oh.
Stream is gone.
Yep. Stream is coming back, though. Hi, everybody. Welcome back. Had a brief internet blip there. Thankfully, I have continued the recording. You may continue.
You wish
I
to
think-
end up knowing who it is that you are without his influence.
Yeah.
But you would be asking yourself that question with me, would you not?
Well,
Perhaps if I were to be truthful, me asking that question is even then a plea. Is a plea
Plea.
for you to understand. I am aware that I can influence you. I am aware of this. Even now, I look over every word, every syllable, every gesture. To be sure, at no point do I end up putting myself upon that throne, above you, to walk alongside. If you were to, but if I were to do as you request, know that what that means I must do. But I cannot rob you of that decision. Said I would serve you, even in that.
then help give me some clarity. Why did you choose to walk away from your side?
In Paris, the prince is a toreador of great renown. The backing of Clan Ventru assures the power of the Toreador in Ventru hand in hand. That was until a, shall we say, intervention amongst the Setites. They can easily masquerade themselves as Toreador. They began infiltration. They began to rattle the cages, spur upon acts of self-destruction, to crumble the Camarilla from within, to bring their so-called enlightenment. This evening they call themselves the Ministry. She pulls aside her jacket, revealing the serpent. This was extended for each member of the Ministry that I have killed while being bound as ghoul to Jacques. Stabbed along my shoulder, and with each kill another couple of lengths were added until my entire decoration is nothing more than a body count. For him it was a showcase. Behold what the small amount of my blood can bring. The safety and security with a single drop of my blood. Now I am marked. I am marked as a death sentence for those of the Ministry who I now must call ally, who are amongst the anarchs, but who we do not trust one another. I would be asked to do far worse. For those who are willing servants, I was a reward, made to be shamed, pick myself up and to be used again, then thrown into the fray, to serve alongside as escort, as bodyguard. Purpose I still do to this day. When I chose to leave him, it was because it was the only time I could. When I came to America, even then, I could still hear his call, the want to be at his side, the need to throw myself before him and beg his forgiveness, to take me back. I still feel that, Mademoiselle Cosetta, even now. It is a faint echo of what it once was. I left so I could have a choice that no one else would give me, a choice I am trying to give you now. Because, in truth, you will question, what are you without Yvette? What is your mind without Yvette's influence? What is it that Yvette will send you to do next? What horrors will she ask you to commit? And I know in time, I will. All I can do, give you the choice.
I don't want you to take over the blood bond. You want to stand side by side. So let's do that.
But you are relying on me to be the wild card, to be the one unpredictable. The irony
Not
of
just
that
you.
from a Malkavian is not lost on me.
Yeah, but it's not just you. Alistair and Deja, too.
I will give you what I can. I will not promise that you will not eventually become bonded to me in time. But I will implore them to be sure to check when I cross that line. It is all I can do. Because if I were to have you bow to me, Mademoiselle Cosetta, I would truly wish for it to be by your choice. In honor. Not by might, not by threat, not by dependency, but because you wish to honor me.
Maybe one day.
Until then, I am but a servant. Still, we have to end up waiting on Monsieur to report in. And I am positively famished.
You were unable to find anyone.
The ones I would have found would have made me less coherent. It is no secret to you that my appetites are more discerning. And I don't think you would like to see me so unsightly.
I prefer unsightly to Darwin.
Perhaps someday you will understand why I think the latter is preferable to the former. Oui?
Maybe one day.
She lowers her head and looks at the case, closing it. She pulls out the phone, starts to dial in a number. She's tried several times, but is unable to reach him. Perhaps he is in the sewers or something. And she ends up trying to call Alistair.
Alistair, you get a call from Yvette's number. Uh-oh. Did we lose Alistair just as we were cutting to him?
Très bien.
Très bien. Rip.
Oh man.
Fat guy.
It's okay. That's probably a good point.
Oh, we were just about to invite get Ophelia back into the scene.
It's too late now.
Oh no. I'm sorry.
Like, otherwise, we're gonna be here for another, like, 2 hours.
I would
Let's
love
be
to do
honest.
that, but I don't want to end up dragging it too late.
Well, yeah. It's already 2 a.m. It's
I'm sorry.
all good.
Oh man.
It's all good. It's all good. Well, with Fat Guy suddenly disappearing, I think that will be a good point for us to call us, because we can pick up right there next time, where Alistair will get a phone call from Yvette, and so thank you so much for watching, everybody.
You're welcome.
The sudden and abrupt interruption in the
In
stream.
fact, I want to give you a hug. I want to give you a hug.
New character. It was expected.
Yeah, new character. Who dis? You know.
It was also at a really turbulent point in the story.
That too.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
we're kind of wrapping that just a little bit, and so getting Ophelia into the scene.
Oh, we got him back.
What?
Ish.
Now is he back?
Well, we're wrapping up anyway, so so we can start for right there next time. So,
Oh.
welcome back. We're wrapping up here. So, we're gonna wrap up right at the point where Alistair's gonna get a call, and continue from there next week. So,
Sorry about that, y'all. My internet shut out for a second.
So did mine.
Mhm.
So, it's you're
We're
not
gonna struggle bust together.
Yep. About 5 minutes ago, my internet shit the bed. So, it's all good. It's probably about time for me to cut it and call it quits anyway, because my internet could blip again. So, hello, welcome, Quill Knight. But yeah, wrapping it up. So, we're gonna move on to the. I don't think we have any stains to apply to any of our kindred tonight. So I think we're beyond that. Who recovered some willpower by fulfilling desire and or working towards ambition?
Yvette. Dear God.
Did
I
God?
did as well.
Yay!
I finally got to talk to Nosferatu. It didn't go good, but we talked.
She was working you, man, and you were just like, nah.
Well, I struck a deal. I don't know if it counts for my desire, but I still struck it in like a couple seconds.
You did. That'll count.
Half Pygmalion owe me a favor. We agreed on 3.
Yes, Alistair owes you 3.
Yep. 3 wards for 3 minor things Ophelia can do.
Yeah.
Works.
So if you do
Wait,
that,
I owe her? I thought she would owe me.
She was more or less she was buying wards from you, so she has 3 boons, 3 wards that she wanted to set up, and she'll do 3 things for you. So
yes,
a minor boon is nothing to sniff at either. That means
that is
at the very least it is a slight inconvenience.
Yeah.
Equal
if I ever need an extra set of hands.
Equal to, the kinds of inconvenience as hunger might be, since wards are rituals and rituals take blood.
There's already so much she can do for you all, and I'm already seeing it. Like, your haven is compromised. She can just straight up get you one easy, all right? And not only that, but she has hospitality. Boom. It's immediate hospitality.
Oh, you took that one.
I did take that one, all right? Second thing is that you all are fucking hungry.
No, she just needs to be introduced to the coterie. It's fine.
Yeah.
I'm sorry that we didn't get to his specs.
I I gave you an out of jail card, all right?
Eh,
Let Ophelia do what she does best.
Yep. She just needs to be introduced to the coterie proper. It's fine.
Yeah.
It'll happen.
And yes.
Give it time.
And yes, Quill Knight, if you are interested in more of the game, you could always check out our YouTube because I post all of the VODs there. So, yeah, this is the 4th Chronicle that we've done in the course of almost 5 years. Almost 6. Jeez.
Yeah.
Well, I've been affiliate for 4 years on Twitch, and most of that has been the Chronicles we've done. So, out of the 4 years we're doing 4 Chronicles, we generally do one a year thereabouts. So, yeah, if check out all of our stuff on YouTube because that's where I post all the VODs and or 26 sessions now count as under our belt for this one. And so yeah. So then we had some recovered willpower. Let's talk experience. So the way that we do experience here is a little differently than maybe some do in other vampire games, where for the whole table, I give 1 for everybody for showing up. Woohoo! And
Hey.
much like our good friend Macabre Derek does, we have some roleplay incentive experience that we dish out. So, the categories being who had moved the plot the furthest, any plot, be it personal or the main plot or a side plot, who had the best scene out of the game, and who had our best line for the night. And then there's a last piece of experience that goes out to you, the audience, to give out to your favorite character. Doesn't matter if you've been here for 5 minutes or for 5 years. You can give the favorite vote to your favorite character. So I'm gonna quickly get to the main screen so you can see all of our characters here, because Deja's not here, but the one character who recently joined us is Ophelia, and let me just get her token out here because she's going in on this too, because there's the possibility she could be our audience favorite too. So, but yeah, let's see. I'm gonna set up this this poll. Who had moved our plot the furthest?
Alistair.
Yeah, I was like spinning a lot of plates this session.
Yep.
I'd have to agree Alistair did it.
Yes.
Ooh, for how exactly?
Getting in touch with Ophelia, setting up the arc to end up getting Ophelia involved in the coterie, actually following through on trying to greet with the Nosferatu, and swan diving into an empty pool with all the grace of a floundering whale.
Yeah, you realize you set me to be the ambassador. All right, this is not entirely my fault.
That's all right. Just talk to Pac.
Whoa,
He can help you.
Okay, I want you to put that in writing in the coterie harem. We will get back to that off camera.
Damn.
We'll get back to that.
I think there's some fighting words here, guys.
No, I will try and do my best. It is not my wheelhouse, though. I am very much floundering.
It's okay. But yeah, I would say Alistair, you had the most spinning plates, and Yvette and Pax are just at the point where they're just trying to figure out this power struggle while trying not to cannibalize each other.
Yes, because there was a lot of that today. So, Alistair was making moves. Yvette and Pax were just trying not to eat each other. That's really all. Alistair over here making the money moves.
We're fucked if I'm the one that has to make all the moves. I can't wait to meet your guys' next characters.
Oh, I'm excited too.
Damn.
I don't know
If
who
enough
anyone
people,
is.
if enough of the characters actually die in this chronicle, we're starting a new chronicle.
Okay.
Cool.
My next character, as long as we can start in Texas, because my next character I want to play kind of needs to be in Texas.
Well, that will have to be
We'll see.
something that we talk about for
Yeah.
next chronicle, because I'm nowhere near finished with this one.
I'm nowhere near finished with this one. But
No.
I'm pretty sure this one's almost finished with me.
Not if I have anything to say about it.
What's
So,
it with Americans picking on the French?
hey, Lamau. Next point of experience. So that one goes to Alistair. Next point of experience is best scene.
That is hands down Yvette.
Yvette.
Especially the like beginning where you were talking and falling apart and like trying to brace yourself against the door and that whole bit. Like honestly, you had like 3 really good scenes, so you fucking pick one, but that's the one that I vote for.
Both of my favorite scenes for Yvette were both with Pax. Not gonna
Yeah.
lie.
Oh yeah, I would agree.
There's a lot of personal connection between Pax and Yvette today. That's for
Well,
sure.
yeah, you were on
Oh,
the
yeah.
other side of the door, but I like as much as I loved your performance, Derek sold it tonight.
Pax has got some heckin' empathy happening with Yvette at the moment.
Oh yeah, there's some serious camaraderie and empathy going on there.
Because what Yvette has just told her relates back to everything she's dealt with.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
In which case, I'm hoping Pax will put 2 and 2 together on why Yvette's been doing this the whole goddamn time.
Mm-hmm.
Because you might remember
She's getting
back
there.
in the day when Pax asked who hired you, and she said, Cosetta.
Mm-hmm.
Hopefully, in time, she'll put that together.
She's getting there slowly.
Yeah.
She'll work it out.
She's got to muddle through the mess in her brain yet.
Yeah.
Well, she's got a messy brain. Not on top of the fact she's Schmuckavian. We create masses of characters.
I'm
Best
just hoping
line I wanna-
everybody's enjoying.
Oh, what were you gonna say, Spectre?
I said I'm just hoping. Oh, you go.
Oh, I was gonna say best line I want to give to Pax for saying to Alistair, "You fucking stupid."
You fucking stupid.
It made me laugh a little bit too hard.
I couldn't give it to
I
Jules, so
chuckled.
I guess that'll work.
Yeah, I was going
Both
to
of them
throw
said
my
it.
I was going to throw my hat in. It's like, yeah, I know I'm stupid, and I'm either going to get better at it or I'm going to get killed.
What line would you have given to Jewel?
Does the entire conversation of like, is this some kind of pity party? Like that whole thing, I'm like, yeah. Yeah.
The fact that Alistair believes that they all live in squalor.
No, he doesn't know.
He doesn't know.
He doesn't. And
That was his best educated guess of what they might need, because the only thing he knows is that she got a nice jacket that she really liked. So that was his entire basis upon like, oh, okay, so maybe they can't get nice things.
Coffee. Can I actually like hint at potentially a reason why that went differently for Yvette as opposed to how it went with Alistair? Can I explain that?
Oh,
to
I
you?
know why, probably.
What do you think?
Feel free.
I think that I came off as looking down on them and you came in as an equal.
No, but close. The key point is not the gift. It is traditionally Ventrue put themselves this high on the totem pole. This is a Ventrue willing to go low. It's the swallowing of your pride, which is not something that comes easy to any traditional Ventrue.
Yeah.
Right? That is incredibly difficult. And Jewel is just old enough, and remember, with one of the most informed clients, to figure that out. Right?
She's not terribly old, but she's old enough.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's this is the hard part when you're playing politics is the double entendre, the being able to say things between the margins to be able to pick up on those little things and being able to actively listen, like really understand what a person's saying at some point. Because I think this episode would be the first time I think Yvette has ever clearly spelled something out. She rarely does that because that's not the world she lives in.
She lives in a world of, secrecy and reading between the lines. Where Jewel's probably the most upfront Nosferatu you'll ever meet.
Yeah.
She'll call you out on your shit. But she knows things. She's very much the type that gets around and knows things.
Is it wrong that one of the things I'm most excited for next session is to end up seeing this token drawn up in the rest of the style?
Yes, I want to. I'm gonna draw Ophelia. Because, yes, we had a bit of a haphazard sort of token in there for right now, so
No, it's all fine. I'm just like...
Ophelia needs to be in my style, damn it.
I love the set.
Oh my god, Raven Star's giving away some subs.
Uh-oh.
What? Uh-oh. I don't know if she does that enough, she might start a hype train, and if she does, I might start a staycation with some Guilty Gear or something. I've done nothing, you liar. That gift next to your name with the rainbow coffee cup? Come on now. Means you've been here long enough and given away a couple of things. No, uh-oh. What? Okay. I think she's starting a hype train.
A little bit high, but I'm like, oh.
That anonymous. I have a suspicion that anonymous is Raven.
No, I know who it is.
Might be Thantos. But yes, thank you guys so much for the gift subs, by the way. Oh shit, they did start a hype train.
Yeah, and we got a vote between Ophelia and Yvette right now.
Yep, the vote's still going too.
5 right now.
Woo!
Oh, it's...
Woo! Thantos, thank you so much for the gift sub to Bramblebush Books.
Yes.
Yes. So the vote is still going on. We've got a level 2 hype train, so that does mean that we can stick around and play some video games after the show. So, Derek.
I've been called out.
Derek, do you want to play some Guilty Gear?
Yeah, sure. We'll end up going around too.
Okay. I know it's kind of late, but apparently the audience has asked for it because they've started a hype train. So here we are. But yeah.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Hell yeah! So we're going to do a train station. We're gonna stick around after the show, and honor you all with some fighting games, which will start shortly after we wrap up here. But that line XP, we were giving it to PAX for the stupid line.
Yep.
Okay, there you are. There you have it. Okay. And so
Ophelia gets the audience XP tonight.
Oh, for the brief time that they showed up, Ophelia gets our audience XP. Well, that about does it then.
Oh, thank you.
New character, who dis? We're still doing a little bit of the shaking off of the mold, as it were, and kind of shaving off some seam lines and things like that. But we're getting there, and hopefully next time she will have a little bit more time to shine as a character. So, but thank you guys so much for all of the gift subs that have started up this hype train. Oh my god, we're at level 3.
It continues to go.
Dantos! It's like he's just picking people out of the follow list and just like giving gifts.
Oh my gosh.
Thank you guys. Thank you so much, Dantos. You are absolutely a beast. Yeah, Thantos wants to see us fight. So, we're very close to beating our record, which is like nearly halfway through a level 3. So we're gonna finish up on that. But thank you guys so much for watching. If by some happenstance you are not following us on Twitch, you should be here at Coffee Cat Presents, because this is where we do Vampire the Masquerade, and we do all of the Rebirth, the D&D Tale. We do all of that live. I occasionally throw in other things like video games and art, and those things don't go up on YouTube, so if you want to catch those at all, you have to be here live. So definitely give us a follow there. If you're not following on YouTube, you should, because we post all of the VODs, like I said, for the games on there. Thank you guys again so much for just being here, being part of the show. Yeah. So I do have a couple of streamers in my cast. Anything special coming up from y'all?
Well, we're going to be finished or starting up the illustration for the coloring contest, and then get the captioning contest for this month posted tomorrow. We're also going to be open for commissions. I also want to end up doing some stuff on the side. Might actually, if I don't have any real big pending commissions going on, I might even make it a painting stream, as I apparently need to get ready for a potential opponent in the near future.
Oh, nice.
So.
Yes. Yeah, so thank you guys so much. And, Fat Guy, do you have anything fun coming up on your channel?
I've been, I think sometime this week, me and Raven are supposed to be playing more 7 Days to Die.
Ooh. How far in are you?
We just started a new game back up.
Oh, okay.
So we're very much in the beginning. I'm currently doing some rearranging and stuff, so it's going to be a while before I do another painting stream. But within a week or two, that should be done.
Oh, yeah. Well, I know all about getting sick, because all of February was me getting sick, and then had to put off our whole anniversary celebration for a month, so I get that. But yeah, that's yep, absolutely, definitely give them a follow for Macabre Derek. I don't have my mod with me here today, and for Fat Guy 3, that Fat Guy 3, for oh, you stupid son of a bitch. My commands were on cooldown.
1 second. 1 second.
Yep. Well, and then there's also Ravenstar, who's also a great streamer. So, should give them a follow, because they're cool people, and you should do that. We got about 55 seconds left on the hype train, so anything you throw into that is just thank you guys so much. It's just, it melts my heart. But
it's a lot.
It's a lot. It's a lot of things. A lot of things that people did today. But we will be back for more Austin by Starlight next Wednesday at 10 p.m. Central Time. So make sure you hit that follow button so that you know when we go live. And also get on Discord, because we have a Discord server. So join it. Anyway, say goodnight, everybody. We're going to finish out this hype train with the
Good night.
credits.
Hey, I'm sub now.
Yay!